Ookam bookam. Wait, that's not how you say ookam bookam. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. We are back to the Ace Attorney, and I am surprisingly more tired than I thought I was gonna be. I don't know what happened, man. But as the title of the stream suggests, and as I confirmed with Bomb, this might be the finale stream tonight for the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. So, what am I thinking about? I've still got my crosshairs trained on that motherfucker known as Stronghart. Was not expecting to collect Jigoku as collateral damage, but I'll take it. honestly, I was kind of half expecting that Kazuma might be like the actual assassin that assassinated. You know, based on that dumb evidence with the sword, right? I'm sorry, the broken sword and the chest. Not even the judges are safe. I know, right? It's ridiculous. But seriously, I was seriously expecting that Kazuma might have been involved simply because of this damn sword having the tip missing and the tip being found in Gregson's trunk. I don't know what the story is still behind the trunk and why it has that big-ass blade slash in it. I don't feel like I'm not going to find it out. And I cannot believe the thing that did Jigoku in was this fucking traveling trunk. What the fuck, man? Like, we've seen some crazy villains in the Ace Attorney games. But this right here, to transport a body, this is Edgeworth level of transport a body. Putting the victim in, or putting the Detective Goodman, inside of Edgeworth's trunk of his car. And Edgeworth was right there, technically. If he had just opened the trunk even once, he would have found the body. Here, if at any moment, any of the hotel staff or even us open up that fucking trunk, we would have seen that body, and oh my god, all hell would have broken loose because he would have been immediately on the crossfire. Not once did I think Jigoku had anything to do with this. And it was like, wait, what? He might have something to do with this? No way. There's no fucking way. It's crazy. Yeah, it's wild. It's wild that it even happened like that, but it is what it is. So on the last stream, we have a Jigoku now in admitting to the murder of Gregson, and I did not show the emotion last 2 days ago when I streamed this. The reason for that is because at that point I was very tired, but I was also pissed. It only started sinking in that motherfucker was the one who killed that he was the one who killed Gregson. It only sank in after the stream, and I was just like, so we found out who actually killed Gregson and how he was killed. And now we have to find out who's the one who ordered it. And I'm still thinking it's fucking Stronghart. I don't know. I'm meh. Poor witness stand. F for witness stand. But the witness stand is back. It got repaired somehow between now and the 2 days we were waiting for this testimony between the Reaper, Kazuma, and myself. I have no idea where we're going with this. What does Kazuma want? Because if we look at the history real quick, it's like, I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction you're convinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony. I mean, just look at Stronghart in the pictures there. I mean, I never trusted him the moment I saw him. That's the thing. He just reminded me so much of Damon Gant. But I tell Damon Gant doesn't have anything on Stronghart right now. Always the old people you gotta be worried about. Evil ass face? I mean, yeah, that's probably the one reason, but it was just like his entire demeanor, his like a thing for control. By the way, Bomb, when this stream is over, you gotta tell me what it is I said that I figured out early. Because I don't know what I said that you said I figured something out early. Tell me after. Alright, on to this cross-examination. The Reaper and the Assassin exchange. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. So you're not what the general public referred to as the infamous Reaper of the Bailey? Exactly. Don't imagine for a moment that the court will be satisfied with a one-word answer on this. They're satisfied with people saying objection. I realize that. If you're intending to comment on every sentence, this could take a while, Cosmo. Didn't you find it disturbing, though, that one by one, defendants who'd been acquitted after your unsuccessful prosecution were killed? Let me answer that question by posing another. If one by one, defendants who'd been acquitted after your successful defense were killed, would you find that disturbing? Yeah, actually, disturbing! I couldn't possibly say how that would make me feel with a one-word answer like that. Exactly. Wow, that told me. But even though I'm not the Reaper, that doesn't mean I ignored all the hearsay. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's movements. I have only 4 lives, I just realized that. You say for years, how long exactly? Since the very first time the Reaper's influence was felt in this courtroom. 10 years ago now. And your investigations led you somewhere to Inspector Gregson, you're saying? I didn't want to believe it. He was a personal acquaintance. We'd worked on cases together in the past. A friend, even. It felt like a betrayal, but I demanded permission to search his office at the yard without his knowledge. Which is when you found his secret notebook, is it? It's when I first learned of the location he'd noted only as Grouse, and the appointment at 5 PM on the 31st. Though I didn't know the significance of those details at the time. So now we're at the nub of the matter. As it turns out, the significance for me personally was very unfortunate. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day and how I came to discover the body. How was it all planned like that, though? Like, how did Jigoku... Man, Jigoku somehow managed to get all this planned out. But why did you go to that specific location? I thought that if it was the Reaper's headquarters... I thought that if it was the Reaper's headquarters, then by turning up there at 5 o'clock, I could catch whoever was involved red-handed. Sadly, all that was awaiting me was the Inspector's corpse. Yes, even though it wasn't designed for you, you walked straight into the trap set by Jigoku. Exactly. Jigoku had intended to implicate Huge Bone. I still don't know if it's Huge Boon or Bone. But unhappily for me, I arrived at the scene first. Ha! A ridiculously careless blunder. Moved on to just throwing around insults, I see then, Kazuma. Wow. That was so out of character for Kazuma. Well, I mean, he's been completely out of character this entire case. He's been more fiery and passionate since this case started. Think what you will. It doesn't change the truth. It's not wrong either. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. I have the weird feeling that as soon as I press this, Cosmo's gonna do an objection thing. There is a link between you and Gregson, though. Of course. We were close acquaintances. We'd worked on numerous cases together. I consider the man to be a mentor of sorts. He taught me a number of important lessons. He did? Such as what? Wait, what's with the silence? Where to buy good fish and chips and such like. Well, that was convincing. Dr. Wilson was a coroner, of course, but that was sometime in the past. And in any case, I understand it was several years ago now that he was invited to work at a Japanese university. That's right. He was a visiting professor at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo. It should be unambiguously clear then that no link exists between myself and him. I'm waiting for that objection. In other words, I had no motives for sending some assassin across the oceans to kill the man. It sounds plausible enough, and I want to believe it, but something about this just doesn't quite sit right with me. Clearly, therefore, I was expecting the objection, but no, it didn't come. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassin exchange. There's also a big possibility that fucking Cosmo's gonna objection here. Objection! Certainly, as it stands, there's no evidence to suggest that you concocted the scheme. I mean, he objected. But as it stands, we only have the accused's insistence of his innocence. Sorry? Perhaps there is some reason that would explain why he masterminded the assassin exchange, and if a reason could be established later in these proceedings, then the accused claim in his testimony that he wasn't involved would amount to perjury. Ow. Well, yes, that's true, but clearly Kazuma-sama intends to identify a reason and use it to make his case. So if we don't identify something first, he'll gain the advantage! This could be dangerous. A convincing testimony by Lord Van Zeeks. Certainly, with no apparent connection between the three men, there's no way to establish a motive. The testimony seems unassailable as far as I can see. Oh dear me, what a bleak expression! I agree, there doesn't appear to be any particular link between them, at first glance. But with the inclusion of one other person... I must be overthinking it, surely. Are you? For another person, Mr. Naruhodo? I need to think back over all the information we've gleaned so far. Oh, God. Please. I'm just a cow. My memory's not gonna work. Alright, and I'll review my notes about the case and all the evidence in the court record. Could it be that Lord Van Zeeks has something to hide after all? That depends. What the fuck am I trying to find? So we have to find a link. Let's think about this as... If it's gonna be as ridiculous as trying to remember to spot a fucking travel case, I gotta dig I gotta dig to the other side of the earth. So let's start from the top then. The Red-Headed League. Anything in the Red-Headed League. Was Dr. Wilson redhead? No. So I don't think there's anything in the Red-Headed League. This just makes a link to Gregson. Doesn't make a link to Wilson. Also, do we have Dr. Wilson inside of the, I can't look at people. I wanted to look at people, but never mind. Photograph of Mr. Vigil. The only link that we have with Mr. Vigil is his photograph and that he was with Gregson. That's it. Does that link them to Dr. Wilson? Not really. The letter of introduction. Like that's gonna leave anything. It's literally just a ticket with the letter in the back saying this man is not a threat. So that's just a link between Mikotoba and Ryunosuke. The dismissal notice. The harsh reprimand. Chief ordered Dally Vigils relieved of his post with immediate effect for violating the code. Benefits revoked, blah blah blah. Reason for dismissal, abetting prisoner governor Barry Caden. Indications that the jailbreak plot was conceived prior to the convict's incarceration. This just goes back to the case that was 10 years ago, the professor case. Is there a link with Wilson? Not necessarily, but the other potential link. We'll follow the logic here for a second. The other potential link would be the autopsy report from, not that one, the Clint's autopsy report that was signed by Dr. John H. Wilson. This is like the only link, but wasn't the Mikotoba the one who penned this? Doesn't it say that on the note? No, it was, okay, so Dr. John Wilson was the one who did the procedure. Mikotoba was the one who penned it. So there's a link between Mukotoba, Clint, and maybe Wilson? Death from a single stab wound to the heart. All superficial external other superficial external wounds indicative of a duel. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring finger of the right hand, but no document corresponding ink was found. Autopsy findings. Vital evidence recovered from the victim's stomach during autopsy. Credit to Inspector Gregson for petitioning so doggedly for the autopsy procedure. No internal trauma. Dr. John H. Wilson, which we know was penned by Mukotoba. I mean, that's a stretch, isn't it? We go back to the red hair. Oh, please, it's just hair. The gun. We know that this is Jigoku, so there's no connection there. The police figurine, which we assume was belonging to Gregson. There's no link between that to Wilson. Candelabrum. Oh, please. I don't even think I need to think about that. The photograph of Mrs. Vigil. Nah. No link there. Gregson's photograph. That just confirms the link between Gregson and Zeeks. Barrick Van Zeeks, rather. Gregson's autopsy report. Nothing really there either. Dr. Gory says the time of death can't be estimated, but we already have everything about Gregson done. Crime scene floor plan, nobody cares. The notice board, there's a link, obviously, between Gregson and the Reaper, but not Barrick. Firecracker, same deal. Photograph. Man, I cannot believe I never noticed this, by the way. Something I want to point out to this. I should have realized that when the autopsy report that said that he died instantly, I should have fucking noticed the position he was in. And yet the entire time, I never thought about it. Literally, if you're shot from the front and it's an instant death, you fall backwards. If you're shot from the back and it's an instant death, you fall forward. If you're shot from any of the left or right side, you fall to the left or right side, but depending on which side you got shot from. How did I not see that? Like, how did I not notice that? I've seen enough deaths and I've seen enough ragdolls to know how that works. Pocket watch, nothing. Passport. I'm sorry, passport. Identification papers, nothing. The photograph, that's nothing. The Asogi papers, huh? No. Gregson's trunk, nothing. Passport, nothing. Unless Gina counts as a connection, but that's not going to count as anything. No, I feel like the only... Man, that's so weird, though. I don't want to present that. That's the sword, that's the evacuation thing, that's the component, that's the telegram. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. It could be the telegram. I mean, we're gonna have to try something, right? Worst case scenario, I just lose a life. It's not like I'm already not game overed on this specific case like 3 times.
Objection.
That's wrong. I'm gonna try the autopsy report. That's like the next best thing I have.
Objection.
I don't believe it! I was right the first time? No way! No fucking way was I right the first time. What? What is this, an autopsy report? Wait, this is 10 years old. From the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. What? My brother's autopsy report? I'm pleased to see the defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. Oh, okay, yeah, as soon as I'm like, well, there is a thread, but It's pushing it. It's definitely pushing it. I didn't think the narrative was gonna push it that hard, though. Okay, where are we gonna go with this, then? Order in court! What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel? The autopsy report of the professor's final victim, is an indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant. Not that accursed name again, the professor. I've personally researched all the court records relating to that case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victim's soul, and for a member of the aristocracy like Lord Clint Van Zeeks, it was unthinkable. But someone employed the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead. Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure. And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document. Do we both know that's Miko Toba's signature, though, technically? As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Nasogi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind. What is the clue, though? Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. What was it, though? It enabled Lord Van Zeeks here to avenge his brother's senseless death with a marvelous victory in court. A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What? Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death. That's outrageous. That would be kind of outrageous. And now, 10 years later, for some reason the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and in Britain, using the two killers recruited for the assassin exchange. That man, Kazuma, that's a stretch. Order! Order at once! 10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer to be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham, and I swore myself I'd prove it. Which is why I had to come to Britain, whatever the cost. Forgive me about my hallowed chalice. You have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese tenacity of purpose here. However, he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer. Come on, Kazuma, you know this won't wash. You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence, that's nothing more than a wild accusation. As it happens, I have evidence. I would love to see this evidence. Nani? Nani? As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Shishiro Jigoku. But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? The truth about the evidence, and he acknowledged what I had already deduced. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in that autopsy 10 years ago. Hey, why do I get this weird feeling that we might have to actually bring Mukotoba as a dude to bring, as a witness? Because wasn't he there? What? A secret? I know nothing of any secret. While we waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword Karuma before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood what my true motive was. Right, I see. You're that Asogi's young lad, are you? And what? You're gonna cut me down with that thing, is that it? That will very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. Oh man, what the fuck? I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth, that's all. Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was the professor, there's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick. So, you admit it then? The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated? It was for the good of the country. Anyway, that was just following orders. Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak! I'm not saying another word. Even if your life depends on it? That's right. Even then. Unfucking believable. So that's when the tip of the sword broke. Well, I guess I was wondering when that was gonna happen. If that was ever gonna come out. Oh, Kazuma-sama. If the results of Clint Van Zeek's autopsy were fabricated, then the investigating officer Gregson and the lead coroner Wilson must have known about it. And they can only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Barrick Van Zeek. Here's the thing. Kazuma, did you forget that the person who was in charge of that entire case before was, Lord Stronghart? Did you forget about that? Because I sure as hell did not forget about that. I remember specifically Zeke's begging Stronghart to be the prosecutor for that case because of his brother's death. In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins, and he is immediately trying to pin this on him now that there's at least a link. Exactly. And that was established earlier. It has to have been the Reaper himself who liaised with Jigoku in Japan to arrange the exchange. What's with that smile? So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that of the man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Barrick Van Zeeks.
Objection.
Oh. Kazuma Sogi. What? What you've just told the court, are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears. His shameful admission. In that case, I know. The name of the Reaper. What? Lord Van Zeeks? I gave no such orders, I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one. Lord Van Zeeks isn't the one behind all this. Then yes, there is only one other person who could have done something like that. I believe I knew who it is too. You! I just had a feeling this name was going to come up. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is... There's no fucking way I'm gonna do it. Well, I wonder who Gregson was supposed to give the fabricated evidence to. There's no way it can't be him. I swear to God, if it's not him, I'm gonna be super fucking confused. Because I'm like... Everything has now pointed to Stronghart.
Take that!
The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy results is the Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Mail Stronghart. What? Lord Stronghart? Yes, it's true that 10 years ago the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court. But he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint Van Zieks, had been killed. See, I did not forget that detail. I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history. Well, Lord Van Zieks, 10 years ago, I was very new to my profession, but I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. The investigation at that point, the supplication of the lords to allow my brother's corpse to be exhumed, all the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. I've spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now. I was very much mistaken. It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago. And that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Shishiro Jagoku. Lord Stronghart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey. What's he gonna do? He's not even saying anything. The court awaits your response, my lord. He still even gives the honorifics. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you it is no joke. Consider this, a formal accuser by the defense. It doesn't warrant a response. What? Excuse me? A formal accusal? Don't be absurd. The defense's claims are utter nonsense, a wild fantasy at best. You're not going to defend yourself? You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Zieks' autopsy. That's utterly untrue. Objection. But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it. And where's your evidence? Oh yeah, that's the question I was waiting for. What? Gregson's dead now. Unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand. You mean to say? I forget how the system works in your little backwater country. But in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. Ooh, that's a first. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything. I do have something. Order! Order in the court! Hey, you're the one who made everyone go in an uproar. Following Inspector Gregson's murder, and in the light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there's really no one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago, is there? So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange. This court has no business raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago. You bastard! The accusal brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections? Bullshit! There are objections! What the fuck? Kazuma, he's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth about what happened all those years ago? If only there was someone who could testify about Clint Van Zieks' autopsy. There is someone. I still remember this. He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks, even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. And Dr. Sif won't say anything against Stronghart. But there's still one way of hope. Hearsay. Yes, it is hearsay. Oh man, what the fuck? Actually, there is one person. One person who could still testify about that autopsy. Don't be ridiculous. There's no one left. Who, Ryunosuke? Who? Tell me! Tell me! Kazuma, Please, This trial can't end! Not yet! I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the truth. That scowl, though. The person the defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks is Eugen Mikotoba. Because literally no one else fits.
Take that!
Heaven help us, another Japanese. An expert in forensic medicine, my lord, Professor Eugen Mikotoba. 16 years ago, he came to London with Shishiro Jigoku and Genshin Isogi as a visiting student. And what could his testimony possibly tell us? Professor Mikotoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report. Incorrect! The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature. Oh boy. It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it. In other words, Professor Mikotoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Mikotoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in that autopsy lab 10 years ago is something only he can tell us. The defense's demand is denied. You are a fucking cunt. You are a cunt! You're a fucking cunt! God! What? Hi, Zoe. But Professor Mikotoba is in London at this very moment. We could summon him to the stand in minutes. No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Stronghart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. Hi, Zoe. He's too concerned about protecting himself. Prosecutor Asogi, let me refresh your memory, as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and of masterminding the assassin exchange. I did, yes. So present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete. Oh. At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence, but that's exactly why we need this witness testimony. Oh? The professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Asogi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. My fucking god. Okay. You know, I thought Damon Gant was, pretty ruthless in some regards. I would say Edgeworth is more ruthless in more regards than that. But this man, this Strongheart's going straight for the fucking jugular. Every single thing he said so far. Yeah, I flinch at that too. Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Shishiro Jigoku. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities.
Objection.
But we all know what will happen. That'll just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again. By which you mean me. Lamau, Von Karma would be near Game and Dant level. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Asogi, you will be remanded following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. Fuck me, dude, what the fuck? This futile game of revenge is over, young Master Asogi. Oh my god. Oh my god. We're fucking stuck. We are stuck! That will be all. I hereby declare this trial to be over. Court is... Ooh? Sholmes! Hi, man! I was not expecting that! Mr. Sholmes! This is no place for amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave the courtroom at once. Hold on, I gotta raise up my volume on this game. There we go. Get that good music going on now.
Objection!
Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Shishiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say. Lord Mail Stronghart, it's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage. Is it really? And why would that be? You need only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question. If I may. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it? The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered. It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellow, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along to the that's such a long word. Prevarications of your superiors? Oh. Order! Order in the court! It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices. A door that is ajar. Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now. The auditors in the gallery have no rights to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence! He's right. The judge has absolute authority here. Yes, if he calls the trial to an end, it must end. But would that really do? I sense dark things occurring behind the scenes. Dark things indeed. Is there a single person here present who can honestly, he doesn't sense, what's wrong? What? What did he say? Doesn't sense the same. The trial should get on. Summon the witness. That's right, we need to clear this up before that young Japanese fellow is remanded. My lord, you assured those present that you would uncover the whole truth here. Vindicate yourself of this outlandish accusation. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's the very foundation of British law. A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery. Oh my, the pressure. Well, my lord, you hear the voice of British justice, I take it. I think you'll find it will be rather awkward to silence. The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene. A recess won't be necessary, my lord. Pardon. Mikotoba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. What? Professor Mikotoba is here in the courthouse? Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you? My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely. I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know. The dragon has bared its fangs, chalked with flames behind it. Can you withstand the danger? If he ends the trial, then he's a coward and a guilty fucker. Yeah, I love this already. This is so much better than I was expecting. Wow, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you are of no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once. But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruhodo. Ah, yes! I trust you have Iris' little lucky charm with you. Absolutely. It is still in my pocket. She sends her regards and a reminder. If you find yourself at a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please. Oh, of course. In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand. I can't believe this. Oh my god, Sholmes coming in clutch again. So it's Lord Stronghart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under. That's a nice little pun right there, sir. Man, Stronghart was making it clear that he has power. A lot of power. But he got beaten down by... He got beat down essentially by everyone else in the gallery. Trial part 3. Hey, there's no picture. Hi, Dr. Gore. Wait, is that Dr. Gory? Here we go, final part, end of the final case. Oh my god. So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Yujin Mikotoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan. What the... And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is... Ah, this is Dr. Maria Gori. Scotland Yard's practicing coroner, the daughter of Dr. Sif, I understand. Yes, Dr. Sif. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared. What? What? You summoned this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy, but you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too. That's about the size of it. The final game is afoot. The pieces are set and the board is rigged. How will things turn out? I'm hoping with Stronghart being hung for his crimes. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly. Why, I was in the antechamber too. Poor man. The idea of it's making me shudder. The revelations about Dr. Sif that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we? The Ministry of Justice? Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. Heh. I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba, but I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Stronghart. The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Signers. So, you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks. Damn, I wonder who leads the Ministry of Justice. Someone I haven't met. I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure. Tisk. Mama is far more skilled than any Japanese man. Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe? Yes, I noted all of the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it. Poor Mama. As secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards. So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. Certainly not the guy with the title called High Chief Justice. You know, you're right about that, actually. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, no, you're right about that. Yeah, that one went over my head. Kind of forgot about the justice part of things. What are you doing, Zoe? Zoe, leave that alone. Stop attacking the bread. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zeke's autopsy would have never happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Lord Stronghart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was as a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done. But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here. And that's why I'm here too. Very well then, you will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning. Oh? You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. This man might actually be my biggest problem when trying to do this fucking cross-examination. If I even get to the cross-examination. Hold on, I gotta blow my nose. I hate allergies. I hate them with an undying passion. Alright, let's see what you're gonna stop me from doing. Remember that. Yeah, shut up, fucking Stronghart. Man, I'm gonna hate Stronghart so much more than I hated Von Karma when he was objectioning me every single fucking press I did. From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a western-sided sword transfixing the heart that I found a little strange. There were no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. Huh? What, did he fucking rip off an ear or something? No indication. Nothing to suggest fabrication! Professor Mikotoba, are you certain about that? Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such, much less swear to in testimony. Ah! Well, that clears things up nicely. God, I hate this guy. The only fabrication here, Asogi, has come from you. What? You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication. No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did. Freely, with the tip of a sword at his throat, the man was clearly at his wit's end. Literally him! Oh my god, it really is literally him! God, fuck yeah, hell! You know, there are some people you just wish you could punch in the gut. This is one of those people you wish you could punch in the gut. The court would... That means he's a great character. That's what I hate. He's a great character. I hate that. The court would give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zeek's death. Zeke's death. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter. If I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon. Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All 4 of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats. Oh, such horrifying crimes. But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, suffered a different fate. Yes, you're right. He was stabbed through the heart with a sword. That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promise to curtail your testimony as soon as it enters the realms of supposition or speculation. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination. What? Oh yeah, you hear Zoe? Yeah, she's down here, meowing up a storm. I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right. Ryonosuke. I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law. As I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree. Oh my god, it's turning the gallery against him. Very well, you may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution. My god, you know, I was right. This is gonna be so annoying to do a cross-examination with Stronghart in the way. Peer pressure for the win. See, kids? Peer pressure wins. No, it doesn't. Don't peer pressure people. If they say no, just say no. Or accept the no. Yes, my lord. This is gonna be such a... I don't know why I feel like this cross-examination is gonna be like Von Karma levels of awful.
Hold it!
You couldn't say? No, sadly not. But then you couldn't say there wasn't any indication either, could you? No, true, I couldn't. I was at Dr. Wilson's side as he performed the procedure, recording what he did. But at times, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like. Whilst I was away from the operating table, obviously I could have missed something. And at those times, what was the secondary assistant doing? Following this Japanese man's orders to adjust the lighting or pass some implement. But that doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team. Quite, yes. So would you kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that? Okay, you know what? I was kind of questioning why Dr. Gory was here. But you know what? I like this. Professor Mikotoba, think, was there nothing at all that seemed out of place to you? Well, yes, there was, as a matter of fact. Bum bam. I also just realized that while I'm doing the cross-examination, I noticed that Zeeks is here. Well, someone gotta stand up for Mama. It's true. It's true. You stand up for your loved ones. In all of the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor, the victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled? Correct. And yet Lord Van Zeeks was stabbed. Yeah, it's weird that he's here. Ah, do you mean to say... You think Lord Clint Van Zeeks may not in fact have been one of the professor's victims? There is no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time. He doesn't even have to do a fucking objection, he's just there. But Genshin Nasogi confessed to all of his crimes upon his arrest. He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy. Huh. Yet the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog. A true hound of hell. That's,
Hold it!
Nothing questionable at all. But, you weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Gory? Does that matter? Well, I just wonder how useful your testimony can be in that case, really. I mean, it would be different if your mother, Dr. Sif, were in the stand, but... I've read all the paperwork about the case, and Mom has told me the story countless times. The statement I just made is exactly what's written in the autopsy report. I mean, she's not technically wrong. I did confirm that myself at the time, it's true. Besides the stab wound, there were no other signs of internal trauma. Literally, we just read that on the 3rd page. I see. Mama told me all about it. Oh? She said there was nothing of note internally, but they did find an amazing piece of evidence, something unbelievable. I swear to God, if it's like an ear, that's gonna be so stupid. Unbelievable, what do you mean? Come on, Dr. Gory, what was it? It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence. What was it, though? What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean? Well, it was sparkly and round with a hole. As if it might slip over a finger, perhaps. Huh? It was a ring, belonging to Genshin Nasogi. Huh? Oh, excuse me. My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach? At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus cordis of his left hand. The 4th or ring finger. Oh my god, why'd you... I mean, I get you gotta use the scientific name, but god damn it. Digitus cortis. I'd understood it was some sort of keepsake. When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old. But I remember that ring. You do? My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Obviously not, it was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day. Hey, can we get that ring? After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes. How could they? I brought the ring along with me. Oh, thank you, Dr. Gory. What? Whoa, that's a very interesting looking fucking ring. Here it is, a bit dusty from years in the stores. My good gracious, yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years. And that was found inside the victim's stomach? Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something into that? Well, it's just that thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body. Oh my, really? At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Dr. Gory, The removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not? Can we pull out evidence law for a second? Because we have evidence law on our side. If this was Ace Attorney 1. Yeah, where's my evidence law? Hey, evidence law, you're supposed to be on like my last page or something or whatever. However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for potato proceedings. Today's proceedings. Very well, you may submit it. A ring belonging to Genshin Isogi found in Lord Clint Van Zeek's stomach during the autopsy. The claws clasping the gem look sharp enough to cause a very nasty scratch. Yeah, no shit. Not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. It almost looked like claws protecting that jewel. Isn't that right? Yeah, can we look at that? Man, what a fucking ring! These fat claws are doing a good job of protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring. What if it's a bloodstone? Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think. Ow! Now my finger's bleeding. The claws really are sharp. Oh my god. Ryu. Claw. Hand. Skin weak. Finger hurt. You make blood happen. Zoe, why do you want to grab my hands for? Sorry, I was motioning with my hands. You don't see me motioning with my hands, but my cat was definitely looking at my hands, being like, "Hey, is that something to bite?" And look at her now. She's on the camera, cleaning her tail. I love looking at OBS and seeing the camera, but also looking to my left and seeing a Zoe. Literally, if I'm looking to my left right now, Zoe is right there to my left. It's great. Oh my, that was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo, even for you. Who would make such a dangerous ring? You couldn't swallow without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely. Hmm? A sticky mochi bun of about that size would go down much better with some red bead paste in the middle. Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. That's it. I mean, I noticed that there is this thing right here, but that's all I have. But the only thing I'm not allowed to poke at for some reason. Anything else on this thing? Bum 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 bum. Nope. All right, we got a ring, and we saw something about it on the hole. We must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. And that was the decisive piece of evidence that led to Genshin Isogi's arrest? Correct. After further investigations by Scotland Yard, the man admitted to his crimes. That's a lie! My father was no killer! Barrack Van Zeeks, it was you! You twisted the truth to suit your purposes. Your hatred of me doesn't change the facts that were established 10 years ago. My brother Clint had closed in on the professor. In the end, he exposed the man and put a stop to his lethal rampage. In the way only a man of my brother's caliber could. Huh. That's everything, is it? Poor father. He looks so troubled. Perhaps because 10 years ago, something happened that's been weighing on his mind. Oh. I couldn't say were his words. That phrasing was very deliberate, I'm sure. I wonder if he's had his suspicions all these years. If that's the case, we need to use this cross-examination to prove what really happened, and remove any trace of doubt. If we could establish that Kazuma-sama's claim of fabricated evidence was true, we can't shy away from this now, even if what we might uncover could lead to total calamity. Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll be right beside you, whatever may happen. You gotta love Susato, dude. But what the heck do we do? Okay, wait, hold on. How were there no signs of internal injury? We literally just had the dialogue of, hey, wait a minute, this shit could hurt you, like, really bad if you try to swallow it. How is there nothing in the throat? They said they did a full autopsy, right? 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 Yeah, so then how?
Objection!
The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach, but you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba? That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at that moment, I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, counsel? That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson? That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection!
Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? This evidence, right here. That's the autopsy report. It's explicit in that report, counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally, so I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point. You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all. What? To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. How big is... Okay, think about this for a second. It's supposed to be on the forefinger, right? Your forefinger is pretty substantially big. It's not as big as your thumb, but it's pretty up there in the thickness, right? You wear that fucking thing, and that thing is protruding out like half an inch out from your finger, and that thing is sharp as fuck on the top. That's a fucking pill you don't want to be swallowing. Ow, jeez, my throat's like locking up even thinking about it. And in addition to its size, there are the sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that that evil killer was brought to justice. But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma. No! And there you've arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the finding myself 10 years ago. And why didn't you say something at the time? I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the lab that day. Oh? Look at this! Now this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? What's that now, Mikotoba? Well, if he swallowed a ring of that size with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you'd expect to see damage to the throat and esophagus, torn mucous membranes at the very least. Oh, denied! Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you. Oh my god. I'm terribly sorry. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. Now, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. Oh my god. Oh my god. So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father. I'm disappointed, Counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation. What? Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects. Using a device called an endoscope. Endoscope? Is it endoscope? Because I know you pronounce it as endoscopy. Is it it's gotta be endoscope. Recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay. Endoscope? Okay, so it is endoscope. Because it's endoscopy when you do the actual endoscopy. I don't think so, and Dr. Gory, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished. We open up the dead to find the truth. Huh? I beg your pardon. But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up, with all her secrets inside. That's wrong. Dr. Gory? It's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. Yes, the ring. The one true ring to rule them all. What about the ring? I've just remembered something. An earlier incident. What incident? Hold on a minute. Wait. Stop. Stop. Hold the phone before I read that text. The Ring of Power. Sorry, rings of power, not the Ring of Power. Wait, do we even have an image of the Rings of Power? We do have an image of the Rings of Power. Well, technically we have some Rings of Power. We obviously have Sauron's ring from Lord of the Rings. We have Galadriel's ring, Gandalf's ring, Gil-galad, the 7 rings of the Dwarf Lords, the 9 rings for men. Okay, real quick, I'm looking at these rings and I'm like, okay, the 9 rings for men, that definitely looks like, I have to bring up a picture, don't I? God damn it. The 9 rings of men. This one. Camel. Oh my god, this thing. Apparently you can buy one for $100 and something. $179. Let me bring up an image for this one. WebP! Wait, can I even open up a WebP image? I can. Okay, look at that ring real quick. And while I tab back into the game, that's not what I wanted to do. Oi! Oi! What the fuck? Oi! Come on. What the hell? What's it? Why is it clicking for? Can we? Okay, it's doing it again. Can we stop clicking? What the fuck? I don't want to close my game, but I can't. Why? Can we fucking stop clicking through? I can't push X anymore. Oh my god. I'm so mad about that right now. Okay, I got the dumb ring. Here, look at this ring compared to the one on, Here, look. Doesn't it feel like it's the same one, right? I have to go back and read all that fucking dialogue now. Annoyingly. But yeah, look. That's one of the rings of power. That one of the rings... The 9 rings of men from Lord of the Rings. That's one of the rings of power that the men have, right? Doesn't it kind of look like, If I could just angle this properly. Like, look, doesn't it kind of feel like it'd be similar in some way? I just noticed that. Something I wanted to, like, point out. Okay, now I gotta go back and read a whole bunch of stuff, because we lost a lot of shit there. What about the ring? I've just remembered something, an earlier incident. What incident? The one I recounted to you before about the memory I have. About a memory I have of Genshin Asogi saving my life. What? My father saved your life? It was 10 years ago on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden, don't make a peep! You're coming with us! All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Bang! Wait, I remember that story. Now I remember that story. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring. Ah, are you saying... I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all. Wait, but... Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. And in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. You mean, the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night? You know what? That would make a lot of sense, wouldn't it?
Objection!
Damn, Kazuma, you are being pissed today. You pathetic coward. You expected me to believe that you weren't involved? What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer and have him arrest... Objection. Kazuma. Open your eyes. Ryunosuke? You must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. It is, yeah. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this? Wow, this is an amusing spectacle, motherfucker. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much so that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it. What? Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial? Oh. That's a good point. In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Why didn't he? Isn't that right, Lord Van Seeks? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate. But then... Oh my, that is very strange. If Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against them, then... that would surely mean that there was no fabricated evidence. An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Yep. Genshin Asogi's silence at his hearing can only mean one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago. Ow. Ow. Okay. So... How do we get out of... Well, time for call for help. But if that autopsy was all above board, there'll be nothing to stop Lord Stronghart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion. Wait, what? Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely. Kazuma? What's this latest absurdity, Council? My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound, but for one giant hole. I beg your pardon. You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence, but there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection!
Silence that would lead to him being convicted and sent to his death. If the autopsy results were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested.
Objection!
Oh, those results were an invention, alright. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that 2 people with a connection to that autopsy have been assassinated? Yep. If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these past 10 years. Me? Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we can only show that there was a reason for his father's silence in his trial. A reason why the man would have said nothing even though he was innocent. Could it have been part of some negotiation, perhaps? Enough rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asogi's silence in court? What happened to... Large possibility here, but would it happen to be something to do with these Asogi papers? The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi that Mr. Vigil claims disappeared after the convict's execution. Apparently, Mr. Asogi described it as the only weapon I have left. I, Genshin Asogi, hereby request that upon my death, any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son Kazuma in the Empire of Japan. It is with deep sadness that I accept my fate in this foreign land and the knowledge that I would never see my homeland or family again, but I regret nothing about my chosen path. What? That doesn't really do anything for me, does it? It's the only thing I have. Yeah, no, it's the only thing I have.
Take that!
This is the defense's answer to that question. Probably wrong. As I indicated before, my patience for rhetoric is growing thin. That was quick. You could have at least accompanied that penalty with an explanation of why that answer was wrong. If Kazuma-sama's father knew that the evidence being used to convict him was fabricated, why would he have said nothing in his trial? If it were me, I'd have protested my innocence until I was blue in the face. So if we're right about the autopsy results, there must have been a strong reason for his silence. Well then, perhaps he was saying nothing in exchange for some sort of clemency? Ah, that could be it. Clemency? My lord, the defense would like to... Enough rhetoric. He's just rushing it now. Okay, but then I don't know if I have it. Literally the only thing I have now at this point is whatever the hell this mark is. Bum, ba-da-bum. I scratch my head in confusion. Da da dum dum. Ba dum ba bum bum. Bum ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. I guess maybe this?
Take that!
Yeah, I was right. It's true that Genshin Isogi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Isogi and the British government. Stronghart got very quiet there. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Isogi can be explained in no other way. Order! Order! First fabricated evidence and now a jailbreak conspiracy? Of course, because it's all intimately linked. The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses? People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Oh, what? Governor Caden? And the poor chief warder of the prison? I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce. To summon the governor of the prison after all these years. Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. What? Father? My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you he is extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier. What? Asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey is a matter of extreme urgency. What the fuck, Sholmes? Mr. Sholmes did that? Are you telling me that? Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment. You've got to be fucking kidding me. What the hell, Sholmes? What the fuck? My eye itches now. What the hell? My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Never bet against Sholmes? Yeah, no, clearly you don't bet against Sholmes, and here I thought he was a fucking airhead. And then all of a sudden he comes out of the fucking left field with a railgun. Strongheart's getting fucked by fucking Sholmes. Very well, bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all. Of course you would. Of course you would. Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't you want this to lay to rest? I don't fucking believe this dude. Also, Barrack is still there. Would the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please? I, Barry Caden, Governor of Barclay Prison. Everyone calls me Gossip. Your other persona, if you don't mind. Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course, I didn't even want to read it. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder of Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. Losh, the professor! We've already been through all this before a decade ago. And the conclusion was that there was anything untoward happened. A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you'd call nothing untoward. Ah, well. The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed, and he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Asogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment. Gads! Hold on there, laddie. All I did was... Witness. Governor Caden. Aye, sir. You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. A great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asogi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court. My god, he is trying to find every excuse to get Kazuma and Ryu out of the courtroom. Anything he can land on them. He's throwing all the stops. My apologies, my lord. There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place. Very well, let the witnesses begin give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break out Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago. Crazy. Before we start the cross-examination, though, I'm gonna go do a be right back because I have come to the realization, and I came to the realization much earlier than this. I don't have my water with me. I left my water in the kitchen, and I think it's only half full. So, be right back as I go get the water. I now have my water, and I took a few sips. I actually left it in my mom's room because I was talking to my mom. But now I have water. The jailbreak plot. It was the... Oh, that music picked up now. It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief warder Vigil here, and put the plan into action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. I did not ken if there was some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty, for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. What? That's such a lame testimony. A directive from the prosecutor's office? Are you saying that that was the jailbreak plot? Aye, that's right. Who sent it? Who authorized that plan? Gee, I wonder who. Dunno can say. Wait. I cannot... What is dinna ken? Dinna ken. I did not ken that. I didn't ken... What does that mean? I don't know that? No. That's such a heavy accent to be saying it like that. Surely. Surely not. You're saying you don't know? Listen, there was not a thing about that professor case that wasn't unusual in some way. I did not ask any questions, I just did what I was told to do. More than that, could not tell you. Couldn't tell you. Couldn't. Okay. So then I didn't. Okay, yeah, okay, I see. I see it now. Have you ever seen Mike Hager? No, I haven't. I see. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi admitting to the crimes he didn't commit. Unbelievable. Wait, then who are the ones that pulled the trigger at the end of the day? That, counsel, was nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense. Oh, yes, my lord. I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination? Wait, are you really asking me that? That's such a dumb question. Absolutely, I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well, proceed, counsel. I wonder if he's gonna start sweating bullets. We have never seen Stronghart take any damage. So far, he's the one who's been dealing damage to everyone. No, he has a Scottish accent. Oh! I mean, I knew that Governor Caden had the Scottish accent, but for the life of me, I just could not figure out some of the Scottish accent. Accent.
Hold it!
And you say you don't know who actually issued the directive? Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official. But if it was from the prosecutor's office, that narrows down who could have issued it straight away. And it wasn't me. I cannot even say with certainty that it did originate from the prosecutor's office. What? There's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came from higher up the ladder. Basically, cannot give you any indication of who was behind it. You can't be serious. All we can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose. The likes of us on the ground, as it were, do not bother with idle speculation. We just get the job done. Well,
Hold it!
You know, it's crazy. I didn't think this testimony, or this cross-examination, had 5 lines of dialogue. I didn't realize that. So, Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all? That's right. My only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor? Oh, some poor beggar had to take the rap for it. Oh, man. Alright then, who else did know about the plan? I've not the first idea, laddie. My part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. But I would not be surprised if there were other folk in the prison service who'd been given similar orders. So you don't know who else was involved? Aye, that's right. All I can tell you is that the night it actually happened, the person at the reins was Dr. Stevens. Dr. Courtney Stevens? Or Dr. Sif, as she's known now. Why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business? I don't know. Wrong place, wrong time, man. Wrong place, wrong time.
Hold it!
Did you not notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to that night? Oh, everything was unusual. Exception after exception. After all, it was the professor. The man had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Hideous treatment. This fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who'd taken the lives of 5 of the country's nobles. Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country. Damn! I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you? Oh, God. Losh, Vigil, I cannot apologize enough. No, Governor, I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened. Oh, the never forgive. And what else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Caden? God damn.
Hold it!
But you've already acknowledged that the orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation. Aye, well, be that as it may, I can know nothing about it. I can't, swear to God, I can't. I do not know anything about it. Kana. No? Nah. No? Nah? I don't know, man. The witness stand is no place for telling you what you don't know for sure. I know that much. I can know that. I can that much. I can know. I can't even know, man. I don't even know how to say that word properly in the way he's saying it. Then I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. So you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here. A man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. You may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor. New. Oh, right. There's another way to say no. I don't know. Just for some reason, it just when you say it like "can," I don't get it. Ain't that right, Zoe? I don't get it. I'm never gonna get it. So that's what it has to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence. That's strange.
Hold it!
Why is he hiding something? Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? Aye, I did everything I could at the time. As you know, Genshin Asogi was shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too? My instructions were to do with getting the jock out of the jail and nothing more. Cannot tell you anything about what happened after that. Only, personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan. Huh?
Excuse me!
Hold on. I was not expecting you to say anything. Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? I feel like he's about to pass out. Oh, yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? Dude, he's saluting now? What is it? Some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Caden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind, but the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all the what? Chicaneries? That's a word I've never seen before. Chicaneries? Chicaneries? Of an escape. Ah. Yes, that's quite true. If whoever negotiated with Asogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. Well, I gotta go. Need sleep for work in the morning. Man, you work on a Saturday? That sucks. Good night, Stone. Sleep well, sir. And thank you for joining me. It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay, behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Me too, I got work tomorrow. Ah, good night, Bomb. Good luck to me. Good luck to me to see the end. Not that I have to sleep, bro. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Are you really gonna go, though? If you do, then good night, sir. Thank you for joining. Truth be told, there is a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. If you believe there is some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between Sogi and a body at the top... Wait, I'm saying me too to the work, not to sleeping. Oh. Working on Saturday sucks! But do you at least get Memorial Day off? Doesn't quite add up, does it? Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have. It's by amending your formal testimony. Gads! Aye, go on then. The strong gaze of the Mr. Stronghart. Good, at least you get that day off. It seems to me that that Japanese fella didn't have nothing to bargain with. Well, admitting to the crimes, that was what he had to bargain with, surely. I cannot see that myself. After all, did the prosecution not have conclusive evidence against the Carly, eh? This, you mean, discovered during the final victim's autopsy. There's every possibility this conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Possibilities are all very well, but nothing has been proven. You can holler about misconduct in the trial 10 years ago all you like. But if you can't establish that it happened with hard evidence, no one's going to listen. Aye, that's right. So what I'm saying is, the convict had nothing he could use for any kind of bargaining at all. The witness makes an astute point. Logically, it would seem no negotiation could have taken place. And yet the plan to break the man out of prison was definitely put into practice. So he must have been armed with something that gave him an angle to negotiate. It does go back to the Asogi papers, though. So Asogi-san agreed to confess to the crime because he was assured he'd be broken out of prison later. I really don't think that Kazuma-sama's father would have engaged in such negotiations. That perhaps something compelled him to agree? What a terrible thing, using the law to legitimize such underhand dealings with a desperate man. Only to double-cross him in the end. It's quite the opposite of justice. I can't help feeling there's something about this apparent negotiation that doesn't quite add up. Something doesn't quite add up, Mr. Naruhodo. No, it doesn't, but I can't quite put my finger on what yet. Well, in that case, we must keep digging until we identify the problem. Okay, let me go back to that Asogi paper really quick. Apparently, Mr. Asogi described as the only weapon I have left, his last will and testament. Okay, just think for a second. Nothing from the current era, our current case, is gonna technically work. It's all gotta be stuff from the past. And there's not very many things I have from the past, so it really narrows down what I can use. At the moment, at least. And I can see only the papers I have. Unless he, like, nah, that would be ridiculous. Why would the sword be the thing? The last will and testament of Genshin Isogi that Mr. Vigil claims disappeared after the convict's execution. Apparently, Mr. Isogi described it as the only weapon I have left.
Objection!
Well, I guess it was right. Confessing under oath to murders he did commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin Isogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life in a gentleman's agreement like that. Hi, Zoe. Which means that Mr. Isogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. Hey, Havers! The fella could not possibly have anything like that. But you know that he did, Governor. The Isogi Papers, the name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Isogi. Ah. It turns out that Mr. Isogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day. You squealed, did you wee rat? Did I not tell you to keep that a secret? You can't touch me now. Gah! When Mr. Vigil caught sight of what that, oh my god, my throat is having a tough time. Gotta have more water, dude. When Mr. Vigil caught sight of of that will through the bars of the convict's cell, Mr. Isogi pleaded with the warder. Alright then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A weapon? And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? But, well, yes, all the prison warders searched through the belongings in the cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Isogi Papers. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Eh? Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Isogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow? Jings, what the blazes are you blethering about? The will was found, right and proper, in the fella's cell why I said it would be. But how can that be? Where in his cell? We all searched the place from top to bottom. Well, you did not do a proper job. Hey, yo, peely wally galoot. My god, what a word. You can't criticize me now. I showed it to you before, did I not, young lawyer? Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads, The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Isogi. Which means everything as it should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here. What? What inconsistency? Mr. Isogi described this document as the only weapon he had left. And yet, this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake? As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board. That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least, sorely mistaken. What? No! I definitely heard him say that, I swear! Clearly we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi papers. A waste of time. If the will was fake, where's the real document? Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without letting him defend himself. Ooh. It's clear that Barclay Prison is hiding something. It's clear that the jailbreak was masterminded by somebody in the prosecutor's office. It's clear that some illicit negotiations took place. Is your lordship just going to gloss over these obvious and reprehensible facts? What did you say? We should hear more from the Chief Warder. Have him testify again. The trial must go on. The man's voice must be heard. It would seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then, let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament. Yes, sir, my lord. Oh, he actually gets to speak up. Well, where are we going with this, though? The Asogi papers. As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. Every time he hits his hands on the podium of the witness stand, sorry, I'm just like the little tiny snaps of it's like he's slapping his skin or something. That night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. I only found out about the Asogi papers when a directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of this fellow's robe that was left in his cell. A kimono, I think it's called. A kimono! In his kimono? That's a lie! We searched every inch of the man's cells. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be true. Were you not satisfied with calling me a liar the once, eh? Yo, weave waffager. Ha, there's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. I love the sassiness. Other than the hold you like to take on my cravat, of course. Is that what you're going to do, is it? Are you going to give me a good shake again, or are you too scared? He even did it! Little and large. What a double act. We complied with Asogi's will as far as was possible. All his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. As a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen. And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all my father's belongings arrived safely. Aye, and you can not deny the handwriting is that of your old man, eh? Yes, there's no mistaking that it's my father's brushwork. Really? And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely... I'm gonna keep quiet about that. I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord.
Hold it!
Sorry, there's a thought in my head and now I can't get it out. If it pops up, I'll share it, but if it doesn't pop up, I'm just gonna leave it sitting in my head. So would that mean that you converse with Mr. Asogi? Yes, certainly. Though there was some precious little time before his execution was due. He was remarkably calm, considering his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, he really didn't strike one as a man capable of mass murder. Yet he confessed in full to the crimes. I know, that's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I can still recall his reply. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. But he was so tranquil and intelligent, it put me in mind of an Eastern holy man. And what about the will you saw him with? What can you tell us about that? It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well, yes.
Hold it!
And he pleaded with you not to report him, didn't he? Yes, that's right. And like the bampot you are, you did not tell me. A blatant breach of trust that was. I could see that the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly. But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever. Yes, you're quite right. Ah, so when exactly was the will penned? That was before the man was remanded in Barclay, obviously. Yes, at the prosecutor's office under supervision of the relevant authorities. I personally instructed Asogi to make a will for the benefit of his family and his homeland. In that case, why was it found in his cell? What do you mean by that? Well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office, you would have expected that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely. Ah! Yeah... It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict's cell. Ugh, well... The defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor. Prison governor cannot be expected to know the inner workings of the prosecutor's office. In that case, Lord Stronghart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter. I'm unable to offer an explanation here and now. I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time. Huh? The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why. Another inexplicable mystery, then. Well, the thing is about that will. You turned the cell inside out looking for it, but to no avail. It was the governor who ordered the search for the will, as I understand it. Is that right? Yes, and when I reported back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the cravat and yelled, "It cannot have disappeared completely!" in my face. Well, it's down to the governor to keep everyone working as hard as they should. I think the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naruhodo. The point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it? But it proved impossible to find. That's right. Then before I knew it, it was in the morning paper. That blood-curdling article. The executed mass murderer who'd risen from the dead. Oh, you mean... The article based on Mr. Drebber's experience in Lowgate Cemetery? Yes, that was it. The day after I'd read that news, I was summoned to the governor's office. And that's when the awful accusation was made. That you'd aided Genshin Asogi to escape from the prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal. I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that. As the governor of the prison, I had no choice. Couldn't have done anything else. I don't know where this cross-examination is going.
Hold it!
And that directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak? Aye, from the top levels of the prosecutor's office. What name was on it? Didn't know. I didn't know before, and I don't know. I don't know now. I didn't know before, and I don't know now. All I can tell you is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. The directive said it had to be somewhere inside the fella's cell. Document? Was that the wording? Document, not will? Aye. That's what it said. Am I clutching at straws here? No, not really. Because the only document we have at all is the telegram. That's what we have. That's not really a document. And I would not call these a document. We have documents here, but that doesn't count. We have an autopsy report, which is a document. We have a dismissal notice, which is a document. We have the Red-Headed League, but that's it. I just wonder if it was really Genshin Asogi's last will and testament that the sender of that directive was after. Continue with your testimony then, witness. Whoa. Damn, Zoe, calm down.
Hold it!
In a kimono? In Mr. Asogi's kimono? Aye, the one he'd brought with him when he was locked up. Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand. That's right, he was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution. Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword. Huh? His sword? Karuma, the famous sword of the Asogi clan. It bears the soul of my family. I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Why a sword? Forget it being the soul of a clan. Could the man have had a more obvious weapon? Have some respect, Ryunosuke. Respectful silence? The warders carry firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. It couldn't have hurt anybody with that thing. Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials? Aye. He wrote that will before he came to stay with us at Barclay, you see. Dr. Mikotoba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office. A Suzuri inkstone, black sumi ink, and some Hanashi rice paper, no doubt. Hanshi rice paper. I was present when he wrote it. But I'm sorry to say, the letters just look like a squirming mass of jet black earthworms to me. And we now have another thing from Mr. Vigil. Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? This poor guy. Mr. Vigil! Sir! It was Scarlet, sir. Huh? Wait, what? Hmm? I was wondering when this was going to pop up. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no document in corresponding ink was found. What? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. Oh, you good there, man? Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful. Is it something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance? Something of importance? Possibly, or possibly not. I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. My lord, the defense asked that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possibly or possibly not important detail. Permission granted. Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, it was Scarlet. As I remember it, the document was written in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken. Not gonna present yet. I want to go through the press. Scarlet, you say? Well, yes. I mean, I only caught sight of it for a brief moment, of course. But even by the dim light in the sky, I remember thinking that it was an unusual color. At the very least, I'm quite sure it wasn't black. Witness! Is that really what you saw? Sir! Is something wrong, Lord Stronghart? Well, yeah, I was gonna say, what's going... Why did he react to that? I apologize. Continue. What was that? What do you make of that, Mr. Naruhodo? For Lord Stronghart to be so visibly shaken in that way. Ugh, dunna have her. You can plainly see the writing here, and it's as black as the Earl or Hell's waistcoat. Well, yes, you're right. Mr. Vigil, I'd like to confirm one point with you. Did you actually see the content of the document that Mr. Asogi was holding that night? Oh, well, no. I mean, there was no time. As soon as he noticed me there, he hid it behind his back. But it was definitely a will, was it? Yes, it was. That's what Mr. Asogi told me. The court need waste no further time on this matter. We have the will in question in our possession. There is nothing more to add. A will written in scarlet ink. Where did Mr. Vigil really see Kazuma's father holding, I wonder? If you have an inkling, Mr. Naruhodo, you must present it to the court at once. I do have an inkling. It's an inkling that I immediately saw when he said scarlet. That testimony doesn't give much away. So this will really was penned by Kazuma-sama's father. I wonder what he could have possibly meant when he described it as a weapon. It's starting to sound very much like Mr. Asogi actually had nothing. But the plan to break him out of jail went ahead, which means he must have had some bargaining power. He must have been hiding something. It's the only explanation that makes sense. It's starting to sound like Mr. Asogi actually might have had something. Which is it? Which is it, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm not sure, but I feel as though I'm on the brink of understanding all this. Let's listen to all the information again and see what more we can learn. We can't overlook even the smallest detail, which I'm beginning to notice this game is throwing in super tiny details.
Objection!
I know, I love it when the music goes out, because I know I'm right. Scarlet-colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did see. What? Havers again! You've no evidence to say that! Have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report. Yes, and there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand. Yes, so it does. Scarlet ink? Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit. But I would hazard a guess that they don't go around... I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately. What is your point, counsel? My point is this. Whatever whatever Lord Clint Van Zeeks was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death, because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand. What? I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. Huh? But Clint was punctual about such things. It seemed unusual. And no document penned in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found. So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was the same document that Lord Clint Van Zeeks was writing moments before his death? Then, it was... If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that, yes. Mr. Vigil! Sir! When you spotted Mr. Osogi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? Alright then, what's on the paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. Oh, I see. A last will and testament. If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we now know completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Osogi said. You really think? Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with the will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Osogi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. No. What?!
Objection!
This is madness. My brother's last will and testament? That would mean that he had chosen to die. That is what it would mean, yes. No, impossible. That is utterly out of the question. Lord Van Zeeks... Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never! He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death, it's obscene! And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death. And that Genshin Osogi came to be in possession of that document. How, though? So what could the will possibly have contained? Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact that daring jailbreak plot, my god. Yes, there can be no question that that will contain information of the utmost secrecy. State secrets? Information of the utmost secrecy? Ah, no, it couldn't be. I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom nobody can attest to have seeing serves absolutely no purpose. No, my lord, that's unacceptable. What did you say, counsel? The last will and testament that Genshin Osogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion. But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue. That's true. That's true, unless somebody has it. A reason why Lord Clint Van Zeeks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. Yeah, well, I don't know what the truth is right now. But it's just too hideous. Mr. Naruhodo, however difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken. Miss Susato. So hold your head high, and keep soldiering on. Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zieks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the Professor case. The defense's last statement is mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man? Ryunosuke? As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Van Zieks was in fact... Hmm. Okay, well, I don't see evidence that's going to help me there. It can't have been a report. It can't have been a confession of anything. What would he even be confessing to? The only thing I can think of is an accusation, and yet every time I think about this, I just feel like it's wrong. Obviously, it must have been an accusation. Every time he says obviously, I know it's wrong. An accusation? Yes, revealing the true identity of the Professor. Which would explain why Asogi took it, since he was the one who was implicated by the document. No, in that case, the will wouldn't have given Mr. Asogi any bargaining power at all. Then you're suggesting the accusation was against some other person. No, if that were the case, the two men would surely have collaborated to pursue the culprit together. Then your whole argument falls down. I told you. As soon as he said obviously, it's wrong. Ugh, can I object to the penalty too? It's apparent that the defense's explanation has no real substance. This line of inquiry is dead. Come on, Ryunosuke, I know you. You've seen to the heart of all this, haven't you? Have I? Well, it's not an accusation, then. If it's a weapon, it could be a confession. But a confession of what? A report to what? A confession of what? What would Clint be confessing to? That he was the killer? You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zieks actually penned that day was a confession. A confession? Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor, and his true identity.
Objection!
Enough, Counsel. What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor? That would mean... Even he can't admit it to himself. I don't even think I could admit that to myself. Lord Van Zieks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. but it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor, the man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy, wasn't Genshin Asogi at all. No, you can't be suggesting. It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zieks himself. It does, now that I think about it, there's one specific thing that Genshin said. I am guilty of killing 1 man. I think that's what he said, right? Something like that along the lines? Grrr. Ah! It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box. The great Van Zieks family, they've been thoroughbreds of the British... He was a paragon of justice in the capital. But he was actually a mass murderer? A perpetrator of atrocities of the vilest nature. If the general public ever found out, law and order in this country would be finished. My brother. Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zieks. I wonder, though, did he never suspect Mr. Narhoda? Lord Beric Van Zieks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother was, really was? Order! Order! Order in the court! Lord Van Zieks. The professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Yes, he did. Balmung. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. Well, that's gonna nail this shut. I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if they were following his master. Damn. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck. Huh? No. A jewel-studded collar? That's right. Though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. A jewel-studded collar stolen by a thief. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar. Did we? We've come across a collar during our time in London. How could you? There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. Oh yeah, this thing. That was so long ago. Like, extremely long ago. It was topped with a small crown that bore an ornate capital letter B. But what? An emblem bearing the initial B? Oh my, you know it? It's the insignia of the Baskerville family. Hound of the Baskervilles. What's the Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now? Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. That pure gold emblem was an heirloom which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt, then, the collar you've described was Balmung's. The family insignia of Lord Clint Van Zieks' widow? There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it would have been, from its quarry, of course. But it could equally have been from human prey. So it is true, then. Is it true then? Lord Van Zieks really was the professor? Impossible! These Japanese are making all it up to exonerate their own! So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself. And that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. My father knew that and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he'd bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, can you deny it, Lord Stronghart? Lord Stronghart? 10 years have passed, and still now the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy believing that justice was done. That though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was never caught and executed. Very well then, you may have the truth. Huh? Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was. Lord Clint Van Zieks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself. Ooh. Clint. The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant ever deeper shadows were cast on society. Waters sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes and crime, growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zieks made it his mission to combat that darkness, but as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul, until eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising, that the truth has once again been unearthed. By a Japanese. Once again? What do you mean? 10 years ago, your father, Genshin Asogi, turned up at my office one night. The professor? Yes, beyond all shadow of doubt. You must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion whilst he commits these atrocities or atrocious crimes behind the scenes. You have evidence. Nothing definitive as yet, but he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy. Genshin figured that out? So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student. So I turned down Asogi's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zieks mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course, Lord Clint Van Zieks perished. I don't believe this. So, in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did? He made the late Lord Van Zieks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor killings by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. As soon as I heard to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened. And what about the will? Asogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document that time. Huh. Oh, that's not what I did not expect Clint to be the fucking professor. I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor. So, I resolved to keep it a secret and to guard the secret to the bitter end. So you're admitting to it? That you were behind it all? It was you, then, who pinned the crimes on my father. I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse. Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence. I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally. Gregson? Obviously, he opposed me at first. Are you off your rocker? We can't do something like that. There's no question that it was Asogi who murdered Lord Van Zeeks. The house staff have made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night. Yes, well, I've no doubt it was that Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog. So we're short of a murder weapon to boot. Wait, what? And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective? Blimey. So that night 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken, that was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help? I don't believe... What? Then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy. And in the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asogi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhand dealings. It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness. What weakness? Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asogi. Me? What? Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi. What? Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again. You scoundrel! Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you might make in court, we'll have no trouble in stifling them. God! There's only one outcome for you, Asogi. The gallows. Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order. You understand. So, what's it to be, Asogi? Kazuma. Damn. Fucking dirty. He did it for me? And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order at any cost. I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Male Stronghart? A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Barrick Van Zeeks? I don't believe it. I mean, I don't believe it personally that he really planned all of this far back. How much does this guy plan? That the spirit of your late brother, the paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you? What brazen... I knew that you'd play the part to perfection, but your role really wasn't that some sort of embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands? I think not. Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to you at I can't read today, and I can't also talk. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became. But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan. That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Sif. Dr. Sif. So what with the execution of the Professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey, I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. My lords, ladies, and gentlemen, I do hereby confess, it is I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire. Yeah, it's not so good of a law and order, to be honest. Lord Stronghart did it? An unforgivable collection of crimes, but still, all those who died at the Reaper's hands were rotten to the core anyway. If it was all in the aid of keeping London safe, there is no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these 4 walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country. Can he do this? Can the trial really end now? I have one last question. For the accused, Lord Van Zeeks. What? Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother. Yes, the same thought occurred to me. It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong, perhaps too strong, I observed. At the time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain, and since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil. And coincidentally, at the same time, the Professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the Professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. And that made you suspect? Yes. But it was only once, not more. Only once? Really? Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support that idea? The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. That will do. Neither Clint Van Zeeks nor Genshin Asogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But there are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woe-begone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained. Shit. Is there nothing we can do? Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned. Can he do this?
Objection!
Thank you, Kazuma. Me? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery, huh? What discovery? My lord, I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues. I beg your pardon. As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. What contradiction? But all I did was ask the accused one simple question. Yeah, I'm lost. Well, it began with Lord Van Zeeks and his recollection about his brother, but Lord Stronghart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length. I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here, so where on earth is the contradiction? One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify who. Oops, I did not mean to push that button. If it was Lord Van Zeeks, I'm sure of it. Something about what he said was just a little jarring. What was the choice? I don't even know what the choices were. I literally, the button was like immediately, oh, you pressed A. No, I didn't. Come on, Ryunosuke, go over it again. Find it. Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. Third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable to think my brother killed his friend and mentor. Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to explain? Barrack, Stronghart, or Cosmo were the options. Oh. What exactly am I supposed to make of those pitiful Nipponese eyes? When you were recounting the information about your brother and the third victim just now, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent? Hey, I don't know what the heck. And even though that inconsistency arose from words of one out of the defendant's mouth, we have a duty here to pursue an explanation. What are you playing at? Was I right, by the way? Also, hi, Zoe. I fail to see the defense's intention here, but clearly the court cannot ignore this new development. What evidence is inconsistent with the defendant's words? I fucking don't have a clue. I'll be honest, this is a first for me. What am I doing with this? So good luck? Oh, great. I have no fucking idea, dude. I have no fucking idea. Meanwhile, Zoe is over here in front of me like, here, let me just grab your head because you're so cute. Hmm. What evidence is inconsistent with the defendant's words? I'm just gonna tell you every option, or I'll tell you every option is wrong. Every option I have is wrong. All right, well I'm gonna push story mode then.
Take that!
Dear me, oh, this evidence makes it very clear indeed that there is no contradiction with either the defendant or myself, naturally. No, the contradiction here lies squarely with you, counsel. Yeah. What is it? The story mode was, yeah. I have the distinct impression that permitting you to advocate for me was the mistake of my life. And don't you dare to show your face again at my door again once this trial is over. It's gonna be very lonely around the Naruhodo dinner table in the future. Not as long as I'm alive, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sure we need to only think again to fix the situation. Oh my, Miss Suzato, yes, of course. This is what I get for not having a save. Literally, I don't have a Kazuma choice. All I have is a Lord Stronghart choice. So it has to be Lord Stronghart. It was Lord Stronghart, I'm sure of it. Something you said was slightly off. Come on, Ryunosuke. Think things over. I got rid of it. I can't believe that. It got rid of my choice because of my accidental, like, immediate fat finger of the A push. Neither Clint Van Zeeks nor Genshin Asogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. There are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence that condemned Genshin Asogi, and the 3-paged will. Oh. Three pages. I only have 2 pages. Lord Stronghart, would you care to explain? Explain what, Counsel? Among the statements you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent. And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation. Ryunosuke, let me warn you about the statements you're making, Counsel. They may very well prove fatal. You claim my words contain a contradiction. Which piece of evidence, I ask you? Well, the most obvious thing. You literally said it right in my fucking face. Where's the 3rd page? This here is the will left behind by Mr. Asogi. The 2-paged will. What? Nani? Yet moments ago, your precise words were the 3-page last will and testament. Ah! Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page? For a moment, I thought perhaps you'd identified something worthwhile, but it's a mere trifle, I see. A trifle? Governor Kaden. Eh? What can I do for you, sir? You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament. Aye, I was there for sure. I remember the black, wear-em-like scrawls to this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a 3rd page at the time. But what? Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. I mind correctly, the third was a message to his lad back in Japan. For legal purposes, we required only his will. And we wouldn't have wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, eh? So it was decided that the third page ought not be sent.
Objection.
What? How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me. The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, counsel. As it happens, I have the third page of the document with me here. Why do you have that? My father's message! It will be given to you at the end of these proceedings. It'll be too late once the trial is over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Asogi's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now. Your request is denied. The inevitably molten words can be of no consequence now. The prosecution agrees. The court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined. Very well then, Governor Caden. You will read the third page of the document for all present to hear. Yes, sir! Only, I should point out, my lord, that I can't actually read, Wirram language? Wirram language. This is beautiful handwriting? Shame on you, Barry. Barry? Oh, hi, Mikotova. If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court. Father! You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikotoba? Naturally. I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message. Your cooperation is much appreciated. I don't know if that was anger in his voice or what. So what have we got? What does it say? Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness. A darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the end of the message, it would seem. A haiku poem? Twist thy head? Father, what is Karuma? The name of the Asogi clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit. It's not known to me. It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. Real quick, am I allowed to look at this again? Can I twist this now? Can I twist anything about this? I'm just gonna check this. Just gonna check this real quick. Nah, there's nothing I know I can do with it. Okay. Unless this has something to do with it. Which, when I look at that, I feel like there might be something with that, but I'm pretty sure there's not. Oh, hey, this got updated. All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. As the presiding judge, I've been as accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. Mighty Kurama, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. I have no... Yeah, I was gonna say, now that I have that update, is there anything I can do with this? Oh, wait, I can't skip this. Karuma, the Great Blade. It's such a thing of beauty. I want to gaze at it for hours. Ooh. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the proper way to use the sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. Hurts my neck, that's the trouble. Mr. Naruhodo, if I might make a suggestion? I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head. What the fuck, Ryu? Oh, I once studied the history and development of the katana some time ago, and as I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword's head is the part at the very end of the hilt. It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as Kashira, I believe. Kashira? So Mr. Asogi's words really meant twist the butt of the hilt? You don't think... What? Look what's inside it! Is that a tightly wound sheet of parchment? Scarlet ink. Scarlet ink! It's written in scarlet ink! I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it? Mr. Naruhodo, look at the signature at the end! Clint Van Zeeks, and the date, 10 years ago, on that fateful night! So for 10 years, it's been silently concealed inside Karuma, and nobody knew. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. Wait. Oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks has been hidden inside the great sword Karuma for years. A trump card left behind by Genshin Asogi. Oh, wait, hey, I gotta look at that now. I can't actually look at it. Okay, fair enough. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Zeeks tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties.
Objection.
How dare you! I refuse to believe that of my brother. Too much time has passed, we cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appears to have been lost forever. Unbelievable. And here I was wondering to myself, how the hell did the will disappear from his, from Genshin's self, right? I never would have thought that you could twist the butt of the sword to get it open like that and have a little secret passage. Is all katanas like that? Ah! Lord Stronghart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. We've heard you state time and time again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interest of protecting British law and order. And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen. What about Inspector Gregson, then? And Dr. Wilson. They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed. However you dress it up, there was nothing fair or just about that. That fucking smug. Lord Stronghart, what exactly is it that you're hiding? Dr. Mikotoba, were you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. In which case, I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record. My god, this fucker, dude. This is my last chance. Mr. Naruhodo, I have to present some decisive evidence now or it's all over. But can I? This is not an evidence loss situation, so I believe I can present it. because it hasn't brought anything up about evidence law. I'm very well aware of that. I'm very well aware of the whole evidence law being like, any evidence presented has to be relevant to the case and has to be approved by that, yeah. Get rid of evidence law, exactly. I'm just gonna present whatever I have here. Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present. Ooh. What? Don't be absurd. Ooh. There is nothing of relevance remaining from the time.
Objection.
It's high time that you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention. Nonsense. What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have? I dare say the final decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale. How can you? Decisive? Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord. Let it be so, then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. What exactly is this evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive? How about the will?
Take that!
There is a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. The last will and testament of Lord Clit Van Zeeks. Ha! A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it had escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago. That's right, it was. Only, I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago. Impossible! That can't be! Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery. Ooh, he's taking damage. My brother's last will and testament. Where did you find that? It was rolled up inside this. Inside Kuruma? Kuruma? That ultimate weapon Genshin Asogi obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of his sword all these years, somehow. Oh my god. You gotta think about this for a second, by the way. That sword was in Britain 10 years ago. Hell, actually maybe even 16 years ago, right? He only had that paper in the hilt 10 years ago. That damn thing made an entire trip over the seas to Japan, winded up in Kazuma's possession, and Kazuma has carried it since for that entire 10 years, and never ever disturbed that hilt to open it up. Not once. He probably never even knew you could open the damn thing. And not only that, but it inevitably ended up back here in Britain, and the Great Old Bailey. Wow. Just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. The signature and seals certainly look official. My god, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake. The same courtroom that convicted his dad. Ooh! Oh, man. I wonder if this is the revenge Kazuma was looking for. Oh, look at the sweat. I forbid the contents of that document from being read out loud. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it. Too bad. You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything. That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me, at once! Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page? What are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom. He's trying. No, you can't do that. Do that, my lord. And you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. I beg your pardon. Forcibly ending a trial without good reason, and not any trial, a closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason. Oh. I wanna have to know what's on that paper. Lord Clint Van Zieks really did pen a will that day. It's exactly as the young Japanese man said. Read it out. Read it out now. We have a right to hear what's in that will. A right and a duty. Well, well, my lord. It would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going to go as quite as you'd hope. Stronghart breakdown when? Dude, I have to see it. You fools! Go ahead, Ryunosuke, read it. The prosecution gives its full support. Very well then. No. For God's sakes! No! My God. He's got the same pose as Damon Gant. I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m. and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder. What? My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor. An honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are truly a merciful people. I, Clint Van Zieks, Lord of the Manor of the Van Zieks Estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not here discourse the corruption rife among their aristocracy, which is, to me, as one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity. A demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interest, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, oh man. I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me, and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light. Be it I or my dear friend Asogi who dies this night, I am eternally damned. So my extortioner, male Stronghart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. Well, that fucking just shit. So now we know, yes, Clint Van Zieks was a murderer, but somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Male Stronghart. It was you! He was in... I remember now, Bomb. I remember what I said. That you commented on how I've already figured it out. I said that it's possible that Lord Stronghart had something to do with the professor killings. That's what I thought. I remember that now. Yeah, that's what I said. And here I was more interested in him being the one who was in charge of, what was it? I thought he was more in charge of the assassination exchange. I did not. I completely forgot I mentioned he could have been involved in the professor killings. Also remember, Damon Gant also blackmailed Lana to kill. That's true too. Jeez. Lord Stronghart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court had just heard could destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you sacrificed up till now. It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's. That's why he killed the former Chief Justice. Was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Stronghart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you'd set your sights on. Exactly. So you used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, to take him down. Killed him to take his spot, yep. Literally climbed the ladders in the most brutal way possible, by ripping out the throat of some innocent guy with a dog. It had to be done. What? You can just sit there and say that? London's unsavory shadows are deep and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time, the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say, tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. He really has the audacity to just say this. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man? The Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of the law and order in London. Damn, what an asshole. Like, shit, dude. He has the... Okay, at least Damon Gant, he was eventually empathetic at the end, right? And he gave up. But this guy does not give up.
Objection!
Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too? Ah, Genshin Asogi. Well, that was unfortunate. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan as we'd agreed. I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him. No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? On the night following his mock execution, I went to Logate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku. Judge Jigoku? There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's treatment after his reparation. Jigoku had fierce ambition. It made him easy to manipulate. Fucking hell, man. 10 years ago, after he'd stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. My fucking god. Shishiro, you fool. As you know, Asogi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see. Enoch Drebber. Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London cemeteries, but that grave on that particular night... Blast! If people find out the convict wasn't really executed, the scandal will rock the very foundations of the Empire. Then what do we do? Shoot him, Mr. Dragoku. Shoot Asogi at once. Even... Oh my god. He can't live now that this has happened. He has to go. What are you talking about? You had an agreement. You promised him he could return to Japan. Everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us would be finished. Forever. Come on, Dragoku, do it. Pull the trigger. Shoot! He really manipulated Dragoku to kill his own fucking friend. All because Dragoku wanted power too. And then Stronghart at the top was able to fucking manipulate that entire... My god, dude. Psychopath doesn't even begin to talk about Stronghart, but it is a good start. Dragoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close, the blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. Then Dragoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave from which he just emerged. When I later learned of the Waxwork Mother's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to two things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asogi's corpse. So, now you know what really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night. Fuck me, okay. Okay. It was Dragoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger. Just before Mr. Dragoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. So you coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard? By that time, Dragoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light he'd murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. Yeah, I can imagine. A lot. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that. How do you sleep at night? Yeah, how does he sleep at night? God damn! These past 10 years, I've fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld, and I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reigns supreme.
Attention!
This is not the way to do it. That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all. How dare you? I saved Clint Van Zeeks from dishonor in his death.
Objection.
Bullshit. Whilst behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then you made my father take the blame. It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order. Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more. That's enough! Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? Wait, what? We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without a Reaper. He got them acquitted? Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle!
Objection!
Not the right struggle. You've done nothing. It's Lord Van Zeeks here who worked tirelessly and justly in court whilst enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name. Oh. And Inspector Gregson fraught with anger for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asogi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you. You little. When will you get it through your thick skulls? That it was all for the Queen and country? I'm tiring of that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding. Nothing more. People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. Oh, thank you. Sorry, I hit the microphone. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. There we go. Another laugh coming from him. This guy is just non-stop, just wants to laugh. Just having a golly old Joker time. No, don't you fucking dare. Well, well, well. Dear me, my good fellows, dear me. A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for quite a marvelous performance. Please stop. But what are you talking about? Hi, Zoe. Those delightfully grave expressions, that beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness. You fraud, keep your mockery. Please, don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you've both said. What are you trying to say? Yeah, Damon Gant? What the fuck, dude? Why do you have to do that? They intentionally did that. You know they planned that. I have occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld and, how did you put it, done nothing? I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing, which means I can be indicted for nothing. No? What? Excuse me? What? It's true. Personally, I have committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools who've acted very rashly indeed. Fuck. Wait. You can't get away with that. You've consistently preyed on people's weaknesses. His hair's messed up now. It is kind of messed up. I see that his hair up there is messed up a little bit. And what? Threaten them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? Wait, this is... Huh? I would like to address all the good lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know of those darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down, I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalog of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? To learn that the infamous murderer of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself, that evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak, that the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector, and finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all faith in the police and the prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without doubt. Public order in the capital would completely break down. We'd be cast back to the lawless days of the last century. Precisely, as it was 100 years ago when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we've accomplished since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. I hate that his logic is somewhat actually true of how real life would go. Like, can you imagine if something like this came out in the United States? The United States is already having problems with the police. If the government is all in on this, it'd be like, forget it. We've lost faith in the government even more than... We don't have faith in the government. It's gonna go down to the fucking rock bottom. We're going past bedrock with that one. Straight into the void. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters that have been discussed were we eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings, in the interest of preserving law and order, and to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords, ladies, and gentlemen, what say you? You stun everyone into silence with that one. He has a point. The things Lord Stronghart has done are quite unforgivable. But on the other hand, isn't it our duty to maintain law and order in the capital? You can't deny that the threat of the Reaper over the years has done wonders for the crime rate. And by fair means or foul, that's all thanks to Lord Stronghart. No. I mean, no. Are you hearing this? This is the will of the British judiciary? For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the record shall be erased. What? You have to respect the man's ability to turn a situation to his favor. Lord Stronghart really is a master of manipulation. You've conclusively proven his guilt. Yet still he manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do. Ryonosuke. It looks like the trial really is going to come to an end. I'm almost out of options, I think. There's really only one path left open to me. Okay, this is the one I'm not sure about. Do I raise the objection or I just use the evidence? I think I just use evidence, right? Oh my god, it's even here? Normally there's this entire, like, save thing is silent. We still have Stronghart chants in the background on the save spot. That's not right. Let me use evidence. Yes, as I know only too well, the only thing that carries any weight in court is hard evidence. But Mr. Naruhodo, what evidence is there to use at this stage in the trial? I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but if there was ever a time for using this particular item we have among the evidence, it's now. Yeah, I need help. Sholmes, help! Help! Sholmes, help! Oh my, yes, Mr. Sholmes asked if you had that with you earlier. We've exposed all of Lord Stronghart's wrongdoings now. I've no doubt that Mr. Sholmes had already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you? Yes, absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ears then, and heave. Alright, here goes. Heave! Ow, ow! My dear fellows, must I remind you every time, a gentle tug will suffice. Mr. Sholmes, you're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo, because I'm over here. Huh? What? He's... Huh? It's a playback? It's Mr. Sholmes! The hologram walks. I wasn't expecting you back, Sholmes. Delighted to be here again. Hologram. We got a Duke bot over here. Lord Stronghart. What? What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him! Put that man in irons! This is a closed court. You've been warned once already, man. They can't grab him? What the? We can't get an hold of him, my lord. we just go right through him. Oh my god, he's dancing. The fucking little dance is... That's the most BM thing I've seen Sholmes do so far. I'm afraid your efforts are wasted, you see. The great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow, an image, if you will. Nice. Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is... Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone? Well, yes, I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. The sound of the speaker voice is converted to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place. Yay, we're learning about phones. Quite, sounds are transmitted, so could not images keep them company, I mused. Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day. Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes? What a modest description. And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene. Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes? Now you're just being modest. Wait. Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes? They invented the video? I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival. Poor father. I would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner. Leave my courtroom at once! Get out! Or I swear to you! Dear me, you're on the other hand, Lord Stronghart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate. I am not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking, where exactly are you? The very question I was awaiting. I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. A garden? Not just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham... Oh my fucking god. I was right. Wait, has he really been this entire time? A garden at Buckingham Palace. What? You can't be! Buckingham Palace! What's Buckingham Palace, Mrs. Otto? I've never heard of it. Oh my god, you. Do you ever read the news, Mr. Mr. Sholmes? Is Iris with you there? Ah, well now. Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty. Her Majesty? Not just any Her Majesty, you understand. Her Majesty, the Queen of the British Empire. Nah, they got the Queen to watch a live stream of the trial. What? What on earth is all this about? Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo. Order! Order in the court! I demand immediate silence! Her Majesty the Queen? You can't be! I mean, no! This is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all! Unforgivably distasteful trickery. What an apt description. A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presume that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So I decided to show her everything from start to finish. Oh my fucking... How long have we had that stupid thing with us? Huh? You showed her? Indeed. By dint of the Herlock Sholmes remote cinematograph. Cinematograph. You meddling. This is some kind of nightmare. Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with talk of my latest invention, no doubt you've inferred that the reverse is oh so true. You don't mean... Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. What? Since the beginning of Case 4? Oh my god! I assume there would be no objection, after all. Every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know. You... I confess, I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion. About the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years. No, I was merely... Oh, so sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about. Vicky? Iris! There you are! In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty. A message? Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably. Ahem. Queen Victoria? Oh my god. Forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded the male Stronghart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country and a public trial by jury in the coming days. So, it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all. Oh my, what? Male Stronghart. The darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal. Damn, she wanted the public to know everything. Fuck! This was not what I expected. At all. Adjourned! 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 Court is adjourned! Oh, and it broke. Oh! Oh, and the scales of justice are gonna break. What the? Oh, oh! Oh my! Whoa! God, dude got gutted. Yeah, no shit. He got. My God! Lord Clint Van Zeeks left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Asogi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damn document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume. But what do you mean? The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I felicitated Asogi's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt. I mean, who would ever consider that? No one would consider that. What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zeeks. In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case. Sorry? How can that be? There is more to his last will and testament. What? Wait, there's more? As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Barrick, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I only ask for forgiveness. Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zeeks. Man. Clint. Male Stronghart. You colluded with Shishiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans. And you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later? To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize, being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough, short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General. I could have no real power to affect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained. How could you? I like everything that runs smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away. And for your ambition to succeed, did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed? Probably not at all. He's a psychopath at this point. Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as, you've very much adopted your user or prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. May I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final adjudication to an old friend. Ah, my old favorite judge. How you doing, man? My lord! As a member of the judiciary, I've been following the proceedings from the gallery, and I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. Ah, the wonderful gavel. The darkness that has blighted justice in our land these past 10 years has at last been dispelled, thanks in no small part to the efforts of a bright young star from the east. Defense Counselor Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks. You're too kind, my lord. The first time I faced you in court just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimate. I can't say the word right now. It's hurting. It hurts. That if British justice, so warped and twisted over its long history, was finally to know change, this might just be the man to do it. What? But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent. Man, it's weird hearing from Zeeks, though. Oh, Lord Van Zeeks? When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody, certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma Asogi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Miss Suzato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Zeeks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Shomes. Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo. What a relief. I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is, a guiding light that always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, those who do it instinctively even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold, and from there it grows until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. Though it is left up to the will of the people, so that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. Well said, though. Absolutely well said. Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus. What? Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Stronghart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system have been silenced. Thank you very much. So, until our paths cross again somewhere. Well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end. My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord. I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Apegrixs. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant, Apegrixs. Oh my god, I finally get to see it. I feel like I haven't seen the not guilty in so long. Oh, what a fucking trial. Spanning Jesus fuck. It spanned two episodes, man. That is all. Court is adjourned. Officially. Oh. How many hours was that? It really is all over. But did I sacrifice too much? Mr. Naruhodo? I really must congratulate you. It was a truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you. Oh, thank you very much, but I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all, Miss Susato. Oh! Your kind words mean so much to me. It really was a very splendid show, that, Naruhodo. I'd have thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum. Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict, but in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing. Well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Van Zeke's smiling face, everything will seem much better. Him smiling? Miss Susato, everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder. Oh dear, I really shouldn't have presumed. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Almost a year it's been now, since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today, well, it's quite remarkable. But I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear. What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just the feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today. Oh. Well, thank you. What magnanimous words! I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if he were here. Please don't do it again to me. Kazuma? Miss Susato? There's another face like thunder here. Oh my, and he really was here. Lord Van Zeeks. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. Congratulate me or curse me. You failed to bring down the Reaper. Oh no, he succeeded. I owe you an apology. No, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps. I'm in an unforgivable error of judgment. Can offer no excuse. And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that, at least, I can't withhold respect. Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear. Kazuma-sama. Kazuma-sama. I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me. What's that? The will that Lord Clint Van Zeeks wrote before his duel with my father. Sogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. Hunter? He's agreed to honor my final two wishes. Oh, the final wish. Right. So what's the final wish? The second I cannot commit to paper. Confess my sins to my wife, wish you fine resolution to my death. With my eternal gratitude, my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zeeks. What can the second of his final wishes have been? That your father agreed to honor, you mean? I think perhaps I might be able to shed some light on that. What? Father? It was 10 years ago, as you know, the day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you'd only agree to it, Shishir and I would gladly petition the government. You've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Eugen, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance. You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once, in secret and telling no one. You should find the Lady of the Gentry in hiding there. Huh? A Lady of the Gentry? She's not in a good... she's not in a good way, and she's with a child. The birth is imminent. As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her. Please, you're her only hope. By any chance, is the child yours, Genshin? Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew, as his dying wish. What? My goodness. I swore to the man that I would help. That I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. But if something should happen to me, I need to ask you that same favor. You're the only person I know that I can truly rely on. What did you say? If something should happen to you? Tomorrow night, you're going to be... You never know, though, do you? What life will bring. Alright, then. Tell me the address. I'll head there at once. With Shishiro and... No, not with him. Pardon? This is a favor I'm asking of you. And only you, Eugen. Right, I see. Very well, then. Huh. That very night, I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. I found the old house in the middle of nowhere it was. An old hunting hound lay asleep in the grounds. The poor woman was on the floor at the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further, but it was a torturous birth. Torturous? I did everything humanly possible for her and her child. And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I care to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. It had clearly been well looked after over the years, made of top-quality leather with fine stitching. But it was when I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place. B for Baskerville. Baskerville? You mean the woman was the wife of Lord Clint Van Zieks? That's right. The newborn was his daughter. But that makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case? I was completely unaware he even had a daughter. I suppose he didn't really have any choice. What? Well, your brother said he'd confessed everything to his wife, so she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer. Oh yeah, that's true. So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Zieks family as much as possible. I don't believe it. I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint Van Zieks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. Damn, okay. I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan, and without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me. Oh, how awful. I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. I asked him if he would be a father to her. That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume? Yes. He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot. Mr. Sholmes, he has a heart of gold. Really, all it can be said that I did for the child was to give her a name. Oh? When I'd come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So it was her name that I gave the little girl. Your wife's name, Professor Mikotoba? In other words, the name of my mother. Ayami Mikotoba. Oh! That's right, Ayame. Or in English, Iris. Yep. I mean, I figured that out as soon as they mentioned it. As soon as they brought up the pregnant woman, the pregnant mother, I'm like, okay. Well, I know where this is going, especially when Sholmes was like, you would never bring this name of the name, you would never publish this book, The Hound of the Baskervilles. Iris. I had no idea. Ouch! Mr. Naruhodo, what's wrong? This little thing just pinched me on the behind through my trouser pocket. How hard? Ah, my dear fellows, can you hear me? Mr. Sholmes, is that you? Ding dong. Ow! Yes, we can hear you. It's revenge. See what excessive tugging can do. Let that be a lesson to you. Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius. Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. It had become apparent to me that to stop Lord Chief Injustice would require such measures. Lord Chief Injustice, I love it. Bruno, Susie. Oh, Iris. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome. Her Majesty Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious. What is going on with my cat? She is rushing all over the place right now. I don't know if you see her like popping in and out of the camera or it shaking, but she's running around a lot. Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you do, Iris. Let's have a party to celebrate. And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too. What? I'm afraid I couldn't. The Reaper of the Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old girl. Again. No, really? Oh, poo. But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude. Oh, how lovely. You promise now, I won't let you forget. Bye for now, then. Alright, Iris, thank you for all your help earlier. Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon. Ouch! Oh, one final pinch goodbye, was it? The Reaper defeated by his niece. And you know, that's the first time. I don't know how to when you call someone niece. That's the problem. I don't know those titles. Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life. Wait, Lord Van Zeeks. Yes. What are you intending to do now? Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office. Oh no! If your brother or sister have a child, they're either your niece or nephew. Okay. Yeah. I don't have any, wait, no. I don't have a brother or sister, so I never am gonna have a situation where I have a niece or nephew. I might have something like a cousin, but that's about as best as I know. I intend to publicize the full truth about the Professor case. Once that's done, the Van Zeeks family will be ostracized completely from London society. Surely not. So as soon as I am free from my employment, I shall leave the capital. Oh, I see. Don't be a fool. Are those the actions of a man once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey? I beg your pardon. For the past 10 years, you've endured that pseudonym and been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed from that disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely. Wow, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here, I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Those two are going to be great friends. Kazuma Sogi. Seems as though he's really matured suddenly. He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner. We must! I have dinner in front of me right now, and I'd love to start digging into it as soon as possible. It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. Welcome back to the show, suite. I'm home. Uh-oh. About time you got here. We've been waiting ages, Odo. What are you doing with that colorful piece of history? Colorful piece of history. It's a party, and it's gotta go off with a bang. I mean, fireworks, ideally. But when you ain't got fire, smoke's the next best thing, ain't it? There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think. Right. I remember that. You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. You really must hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing. I assure you, it would defy your expectations. Take down every detail now, Mikotoba. Ah, the world-famous great detective regaling his partner with the tale of his venture. A sight to behold. Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin. I would believe it, yes. I say, Mikotoba, I detect not a hint of surprise. I wonder why that is, Maybe because I was there at the scene as well. Shows. What? You were? Then why the deuce didn't you say so before? Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. Stop moving my camera, Zoe. God. It's not hard to feel privileged to see it. Zoe, I'm gonna poke you. Stop it. Just stop it. My God. Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Professor Mikotoba. I'm finally back from the Bailey. And not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Miss Susato awaits. I must say, I haven't seen Susato looking so happy in a very, very long time. I'm running out of ability to talk, by the way. Ah, Runo, there you are. Dinner is on the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat. Time to fill me boots. You know, ultimately, I'm glad that Gina came out of this unscathed, but we did lose Gregson in all this. Goodness, is that really true, Gina? Yep, I'm losing me copper's clobber and going back to what I know best. It's a diver's life for me. Oh man, you're really leaving the police force? But why, Ginny? Well, the boss ain't around no more, so... Oh. And anyway, no matter how hard I try, that Reaper ain't never gonna accept a diver turned Dickie, is he? Diver turned Dick? Well, people can change, you know. Ah, yes, that reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offered to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence. Eh? It's the inspector's pocket watch, and the crown has been reattached. That watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career. But now, it's stopped. Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive by taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again. Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit. This gotta be me. There ain't no one else. There you go, Gina. Quite right. I mean, after all, the boss was... Well, he was my boss. Yes, Ginny, yes he was. Oh yeah, and I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? That I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your old man. Oh. Alright then, it's decided. I'll do it. And I swear. I'll find your dad and bring him back kicking and screaming. I would be impressed if you managed that. I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate. Yes, I think, Gina, it might be best to... Well, I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Ginny. Eh? Iris? Well, obviously I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. But I've caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out for so many people. Hurley, Runo, Professor Mickey... Oh no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe no apology to anyone. Well, anyway, I've decided to give up on it. Because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree, Hurley? With every word, Iris. With every word, Iris. Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy. I think Mikotoba. Yes, Stroms? I think that I ought to express my gratitude to you. Oh? For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together, and during that time I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all, and I should never have experienced it, were it not for you. You old softy, Sholmes. But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it. Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say? Oh, well, the food would go cold. That's the only problem. Maybe next week, Hurley? Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris? Damn. Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, returning in the evening to this suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too, with my greatest family. My throat. Please end the case, end the episode. God, I'm dying. This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I've certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst I've lived here. But I think now the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. Naruhodo. Oh, Professor! Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room. Yes, Susato-san went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of. Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. Oh? With Iris, I mean. When the subject of her father came up, Lord Clint Van Zeeks. I made up my mind many years ago to never tell her who her real father was. It's what was agreed with Genshin after all. Lord Clint Van Zeek's final wish before he died, you mean? Yes, I've had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know. Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. That's why? Well, that makes a lot more sense as to why he did that. When I read Soseki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. He'd stumbled across the crux of that terrible case, the dog's collar. Damn! Seriously, that was so far back. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville? If you'd decided to investigate that insignia, sooner or later you'd have made the connection to the Van Zeeks. To make matters worse, Susato knew of the unpublished story as well. The story that Iris had written based on my notes from the time. Ah, yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susato might have arrived at the truth. So I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating. Damn. I see. Something I've never understood is why Suzato-san came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris is the Hound of the Baskerville story, I mean. Sholmes sent it to me. That was before Suzato left Japan. He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I'd read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Suzato came across it, of course. Ah. It was the only case Sholmes and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Sholmes for safekeeping. So you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father? That's right, because Sholmes had told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted. Oh? I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best. I think so too. I mean, she's gonna find out eventually somehow, right? She ain't dumb. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too. Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you? Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan. Are you quite sure? I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma, but he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think. I see. Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February, my becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Suzato-san, and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized, no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. The path of a defense lawyer, eh? Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. Well, sounds like you've made quite a resolution there. I have. Very well then. I must say, it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days. Not with the symposium having been cancelled now. Such a shame. Never mind, I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you a good night. So he really is going back to Japan. Okay then. Hi, Suzato. She probably was listening to everything because shit's Suzato. Suzato-san. I just wanted to let you know I'm back. Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing? I'm sorry, I did, yes. I couldn't help but... Oh, how much did you hear? Well, everything. From the part about Iris' real father, so everything. In other words, from the beginning. So you've made up your mind. You'll return to Japan and to continue working as a defense lawyer. Ah, yes, I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you'd already gone out. Oh no, that's quite alright. I already knew that it's what you decided, Naruhodo-san. You did? Guess it's probably obvious, huh? Naruhodo can't hide anything. Suzato-san? Huh? Yes? I suppose this means it has to be a farewell soon. I suppose. You'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. It will certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side. I'll do my very best. Wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant. It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today. Oh yes, you're right. Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves. Sato-san. Thank you. 7th of November, 3 days later, Port of Dover. Can't believe this day's finally come. You're really leaving then, Runo? I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea. Oh, I wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will. Of course. I promise. Well, it was a brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while, at least, it felt like old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while. I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think. Alright, Iris, you do that.
Susato-san.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Oh?
Sorry?
Ryunosuke.
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
Do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital, but,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
Me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
I'm going to become a prosecutor. I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Oh, I see.
I feel like he's better, though.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me, the demon that reared its ugly head that day. It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector. But it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me. To slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care. If you'll take it.
You better fucking take it.
Keep it by my side. Always. Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san? The path you're going to follow from now on. I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
What?
You better fucking say yes. Fuck you, Ryu. Say it.
I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Ziek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Oh, when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba.
Mikotoba?
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked.
Man, Kazuma called him
I
out.
feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
God, these two.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
Ah! What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It is?
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Your ship's about to leave!
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
Cosmo, draw your sword. One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
Now that's a good friendship right there. And rivalry on top of that.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country. What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes! Would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain.
Fucking crazy, man. Oh.
A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again, no doubt the first words I'll hear will be,
Come, the game is afoot.
I was thinking objection, but that works too.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes's face was alight with joy. The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
So I do just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
The entire...
Objection!
the entire time.
Until we meet again, Bruno.
The entire time, those narratives that were dropped at the beginning was just Iris. That right there is good. That right there is super good. And it's finally done. I've been thoroughly inundated with inquiries about my remote cinematograph, but I'm no purveyor of electrical goods, and what of the promised close court secrecy? Anyway, I've decided an absence from London is in order, a sojourn in distant climes. The Empire of Japan, perhaps. I understand that wardrobe class incurs no charge whatsoever. Oh, man, what a fantastic set of Ace Attorney games, but oh my god, they are so hard. I gave a little note to Hurley the other day. It just said, "Thank you for everything, Daddy," but it made Hurley cry. And I gave him some lotion I had invented as well to dye his hair red safely. But he said he might make him cry too, so he'd rather not use it. God. The last thing I expected, by the way, was Shobes to love the fatherly life. Dang. In those days, when I was known as the Reaper, I felt your presence at my side. Once, unable to bear the burden of that grim pseudonym, I even retired from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge with pride. But the darkness that once besets me is no more, as you too are no more. In the words of a young foreign friend of mine, I must stride forward toward a brighter future. Too bad these parts aren't voice acted, right? Man, I swear every Ace Attorney game is good. The boss left a note for me, you know, and I can read every letter now, A to Z, the old lot. It's clear to load his stuff up. The boss was trying to protect me, see? And that's exactly what me and the Chief Inspector Toby are going to keep doing for Londoners. I only wish I could have said how grateful I was before, you know. Oh. Yeah, no, this game was tough, dude. The other Ace Attorney games were nowhere near as tough, in my opinion. This one has you checking everything. Gina, the truth is, I'm not the upstanding fella you think I am. It might be a diver at heart, but it's a good heart. You reminded me I need to be true to myself. I've got one more job to take care of before it's ta-ta to London Town for the foreseeable. And then I've got to complete your education in the art of detecting Apegrixs, as they say. Man, that death hurts the most, though. Them killing off Gregson was just... That's like killing off Gumshoe. It's just something you don't do. Your Excellency, this man is accused of illegal entry in the office of the Minister of Affairs. Sholmes? Oh. Objection! Oblique overstatement overruled. The minister has been detained in Britain anyway. Who's this caddish counsel for the defense, and women are forbidden from entering the courtroom? Oh really? My friend Suzato-san in the British courtrooms all the time and doing a wonderful job. Perhaps I should have engaged the services of a regular legal team. What the fuck happened? It's hard to read dialogue that goes quickly. But yeah, no, every little thing that this Ace Attorney game has made me do has been, wow, Dr. Sif and gory. Mama, is it true about Japanese people? Are they experts at filleting corpses? Yes, they are. Fish corpses, on the whole. I'd like to hone my own filleting skills. You don't mind, do you, Mama? Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I? No. And I'm glad. Oh, this... Nemi, is that you? Oh man, I'm throwing Nemi under the bus when she shouldn't be thrown under the bus right now. Here I am again in Great Britain on the invitation of my old, dear old university friend. Sent me a very nice letter. He'd like to show me around now that everything was settled. But what have I done? I was so excited I picked this splendid hotel, and now I can't afford the bill. Oh, Barrick, come to my rescue again, please. I wish I could just vanish in the thin air sometimes. Now that you said that, you can't tell me that Dr. Gory doesn't have some kind of a Nemi vibe. I mean, I know I shouldn't say it. She's not even here to defend herself, but... When I went to make the Wachtork impression of the killer in the cemetery, I realized what had happened. But even in the witness stand of the highest court in the land, I could never speak of it. The Lord Chief Justice and I had struck a bargain, you see. For a faithful reproduction of the visage, there is nothing we Tuspels would not do. What did they agree on, I wonder? Also, isn't that like aiding and abetting? Could she get in trouble for that? Why are you doing in... Everyone calls me... Oh, I'm not saying that. What are you doing in there? What are you doing in there? No, no, I cannot do it. This is ridiculous. Oh, Dally, how charming. You've made lots of new friends here, I see. Yes, and when we're released, we're all going to strike it rich together. He fits way better with that group than, Gregson. Was it Gregson with those two? Was it Gregson? No, I don't remember now. When I was accepted on the foreign studying tour, I knew exactly what path I had to take, and however it might have ended, I knew that I wanted you all there to see it. If I had ended up in the dock, there's no one I would have rather had defending me. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, I leave Karuma to you in your care. Karuma, that's what they said, Karuma. I still can't get over a Mikotoba being... what was it again? Mikobata? No. They said it differently in the cutscene. I've made some tea, Naruhodo-san. It's important that you rest while you can. Once we arrive in Japan, you shall be busy establishing your new office. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you. After all, your talents have been recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers. A great ace attorney. Hey, title drop, some might say. Was there a case I hated, though, among all these cases? Shit, I don't know. Sure, there's one case I really hated. Oh, what a cute picture! And it's in color. Oh my god, the cat's there, too. Did we ever have a third game for this one? Or was it only just these two? I think they went back to Phoenix Wright at some point, right? Just these two? Damn. I guess to be fair, that this is just as good of an ending for the for Ryunosuke's entire story arc. Spirit of Justice, I think, was after this. So they went back to Phoenix Wright, because I know of the existence of Spirit of Justice because I always see this updated artwork of Phoenix Wright in 3D in his all lovely 3D form. However, I'll be honest with you. When it comes to the stories of Ace Attorney, I'm only familiar with Ace Attorney, Justice for All, Trials and Tribulations, and Apollo Justice, the first game. And maybe a little bit of the second Apollo Justice game, which I don't remember the name of. And now this one, but I don't know. There's a couple of characters I've seen pop up in the Ace Attorney world that I don't know anything about. But this game was made by the director who made the original trilogy. Oh my god! He made... Damn, he over... I can see the, Jesus Christ. I can see the similarities, for sure. But I was absolutely not expecting these cases to be so damn hard. Like, you had to spot so many specific details that were just like, is that the detail? Is that really the way they want me to do this? Like, oh my god. By the way, his favorite antagonist was Damon Gant. My favorite antagonist is still to this day Damon Gant, but the one that makes me feel the worst is Acro. Acro still makes me feel the worst. And he's in the turnabout big tent circus one. Everyone hates that case because it's the turnabout the tent one. You know, it's all the clowns. But that one is a very underappreciated one because of Acro being like the most human. I hate that one. It's creepy. Yeah, an eel. Oh my god. Mikotoba with that little tiny dance. Seriously, I could not take his tapping feet thing seriously. Fuck you, Judge Dragoki. You killed Gregson. Technically, it's Gregson, or it's Stronghart that killed him. Two grown men try to love a 16-year-old. What? Oh! Wait, what? Was that Turnabout Big Top? Or whatever the hell that case was called? Did I miss something? The puppet guy and the defendant. Huh? I'm gonna have to go through that case again at some point to see what the fuck, because I don't remember any details about that. I just remember the end with Acro and his breakdown. I specifically remember his breakdown and the whole, like, you try to find out where the murder weapon is, like, no way it's in the courtroom. The Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. Fin! Oh my god, I can't believe it. I actually finished the game. The 2 games. Dahlia takes first place for me. Oh my god, Dahlia Hawthorne. Ooh, man, that's a good wallpaper. The fact that Dahlia Hawthorne pops up in not 1 but 2 cases, that's crazy. Oh man, I'm finished. 5 hours. It's 11:30. It's super late. It is super late. Okay. 3 cases, actually? Wait, 3? Yeah, no, you're right. That's 3 cases. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You're right. It was 1 case with Mia, and then 1 case with, I'm sorry, 1 case with Mia and, Goldberg? Goldblum? I forget his name. Then there was 1 case with Mia and Godot before he changed his name to Godot. And then the final case for Trials and Trib. So it's 2:33. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna end it now. I have food to eat. Oops, sorry, Zoe. This was enjoyable. I loved this game. I would say this is one of the better things. What I'm gonna replace it with, I need something that's not gonna kill my throat right now because, oh my god. So I'll think about what to put on the schedule. Or I just take a day off. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. What did I say I was gonna replace it with? I have to go back in the chat history to remember what the hell I said I was going to replace it with. Anyway, thank you guys so much for watching. I loved this. It was very enjoyable. Some parts were kind of infuriating because I couldn't figure out, like, the hairbrain case, for example. But that's when I started realizing, man, you gotta look real deep in these cases on the evidence to figure shit out. And I appreciate that. It really upped the ante. If you haven't played this game yourself, and you've already watched everyone play it, then I guess there's no reason to play it, but I guess you could fuck around and find out, right? If you wanted to. Because I know I probably skipped a couple of things that I didn't do that other people probably did, so... Yeah! Pick this game up yourself. It's on Steam. It's like what, $30-$40, give or take? I don't remember. I got it on sale. And with that being said, tomorrow we have another stream. Age of Empires, that's what it is. Tomorrow's Age of Empires. I think I don't remember what campaign I said I was doing. I'll probably remember when I see it tomorrow. Anyway, I wish everyone a good morning, a good afternoon, a good evening, and a good night. I thank you for watching. Come join Discord, link in the description. Leave a like, tell your friends, and I'm done. Good night. Bye-bye. Sleep well.